counties just west of the Des Moines metro. So the models were indicating that as it gets closer, it is going to start to weaken, but we're going to have to wait and see if that was kind of the models, what the models were thinking. And real-time forecasting, we're now casting at this point, and we're just going to watch and see how these play out. It does look like there is just that little inflow, that little notch right there. You can see it, and that's where that shear tracker just picked it up. Right there. There is some weak rotation showing up on shear track. Keep in mind, this is a couple minutes lagging behind, so you can see it did spark up just east of Lewis right there, but it is back. So these storms, they do tend to kind of cycle down and then power back up. So that's why some of these indicators go down and then they start to pick back up. So this storm is moving off to the east. Again, we were starting off in just to the southeast of Atlantic. We're putting a storm track on this. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. So Berea 756, Fontanelle 806. Keep in mind it is 743. So if this does hold together, Fontanelle 806, so that's over 20 minutes away, but it is moving about 40 miles per hour. Nice, and it's not as speedier as what we're expecting with those storms later on this afternoon. The good news is when it does speed up, we are seeing that the rain doesn't fall for that long of a period of time. That's been one of the issues we've had. We've had the rain falling over the same areas. So as this moves in and out of the area, it will be able to put down some of that rain quickly and then just move on out so it's not stacking up.
All right, so looking at the wind gusts coming through Atlantic, and I was seeing a signal for some stronger wind here with a nice rear inflow notch coming in, 55 miles per hour. That's getting up to the severe limits that we're watching with this. So not only a tornado threat in Cass County right now, but some very strong winds, turbulent motions in the atmosphere. And we have that rear inflow, and what I'll do is I'll clear off the wind here so you can get a better look at things, and I'll explain it. We have that push of wind coming in behind the storm. You can kind of see that area of weaker echoes, weaker return showing in on the radar. And that's actually the wind accelerating through the back of the storm and then down to the ground. And as it hits the ground, it fans out. So we're looking for that kind of a signal on the radar. And this is one, and we found that strong wind coming in at the Atlantic Airport, 55 miles per hour. Easily could be stronger in there too. We have some hail that we're monitoring. Again, just shy of 2 inches being possible. That's the size we're going to be watching out of this. But that weaker echo, and it kind of accelerates the front end out and a little bit of a bowing segment. That's very indicative of strong winds. And then also right at the tip of that bow, that air rushing out, you have that shearing effect of the stagnant air running out ahead, and sometimes that wind can rush out ahead and curl up, and that's what we're seeing. That's where that tornado threat currently is as well, just north of Massena. This one is about to move into Adair County, so western Adair County, you need to continue to seek shelter. I'm not seeing a significant weakening out of this couplet, also not seeing a significant strengthening, but we have seen enough there to bring that alert up that a possible tornado may be right there. You see those brighter red colors coming into view just north of Massena. This, if there was a tornado on the ground, will be right where it is. Halfway between about Anita and Massena. I believe that's Highway 148 riding north to south. So we're keeping a track on everything that's going on here across central Iowa. It's going to be a very active and busy day, checking in on any of those storm reports coming in, and so far things are quiet, but that's not necessarily to say that it is. I don't want you to let your guard down on any of that, but we are seeing that there's some winds going on along this line. I'll take you back down to the south that there is a report of some damage coming in out northeast of Shenandoah. That would be into Page County. So this is part of that severe warned line that is stirring up the wind out of this. So I'll go back and pull up some of those wind reports and see if there's any update on that. But all along this line, there's going to be pockets where we have some significant wind. I'd say at minimum, we're going to be looking at a good 40 mile per hour wind out of this, but we're going to be watching some areas within this embedded line of storms that will be stronger and closer to that severe territory. That white you're seeing is indicative of a product within the radar that is denoting there may be some hail here. And so these are going to be those spots that have the hail to watch for. And in some cases, maybe as high as 1 3/4 inches in diameter. So looking rather large out of that. We did have some smaller hail reported out of the Red Oak area, also 40-mile-per-hour winds there as well as it moved through the Red Oak area back to the west of this line. So yes, there are some pockets of hail. Why don't we touch on that here briefly? Take a look at how large things are estimated to be out of this. And first we'll sample up near the Atlantic area in Cass County. Our product here on our MAX system is suggesting something a little bit smaller than severe limits, about the size of pennies, and same as you move down towards the Page County area, Montgomery County as well. But there are some indications that some larger hail may be in there along this line. Back to we go to the warnings with the radar. We'll show you that tornado warning does continue as it crosses out of Cass County and in to Adair County. So Greenfield, you're not included into this warning at the moment, but should we continue to see this couplet on radar hold its strength, and it is still definitely pronounced as we look at it on the radar picture. It's basically right on the county line right now. I would expect this warning to be extended downstream at this point. Wouldn't you say, Bree?
Yeah, I was just checking at the chat. No sign that that's the plan as of yet. But yeah, it does look like that it's holding together. You can still make out that couplet. So there is indication that it should be extended further to the east. These storms are moving directly to the east around 40 miles per hour. So that track just kind of held out in between Anita and the Messina area. So we can also talk about down to the south. These storms down to the south, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible with these moving on through. We're continuing to watch just in case you see any of those divots in that line. If you do see those divots, that's some indication there could be some curls, some inflow in those areas. So this entire area is warned as severe. So we could see those tornadoes pop in that area as well. That's something to keep in mind. It's going to be a slow commute into work this morning, that's for sure. So areas that we need to keep in mind: Quincy, you guys are seeing some of the heavier rain. You guys are on the front end of this right now. Anita to Messina, you guys are getting in the thick of the rain right now. Where you see those pockets of purple, that's where you can see some of that hail fall in. Taking a look, this looks a little bit less. Looks a little bit less, right?
Looks a little bit better
broader.
Disorganized than that previous scan was. I'll go ahead and back it up one scan.
So that
too.
is, yeah, there we go.
It was definitely more pinpointed there, and a little bit of a broadening.
Right, so that's good news. That's what you want to see. You want to see it all broaden out, get that rotation to settle itself down. But could you just zoom back in one more second?
Yeah.
I think we were at street level. So this has now crossed, what's that, 148 right there? Highway 148, is that, yep.
Yep.
So this is crossover 148. We are now exiting out of Adair County or Cass County, and it is now into Adair County at this point, just south of Berea. That's kind of the area that we're looking. You can kind of see there's a couple notches there that we're watching. So this again is moving off to the east. If you are in Greenfield, you're not in the warning at this point, but I would still go and get in your safe space because this is holding together. There is still some rotation, so just err on the side of caution and just go put yourself in the basement. You've got time to do it, and now is the chance to do it. Taking a look, velocity. Wow, we've got just a lot of reds. Are we working with the Omaha?
No, this is Des Moines, so
okay.
That's wind headed to the west.
Yep. So this wind is headed outwards from the here's a look at the little dome right there. That's the radar. So we're seeing these winds coming out from the radar onto the west. The brighter colors are going to be the speedier winds that you're going to have to deal with. So Adair up through Guthrie Center, they're having some speedier winds. I'm not sure if you can get some measurements on those, but we've got that tornado warning. Again, if you are on the backside of this warning, so Atlantic, you guys are in the safe zone from this storm. This has already passed you by the worst of it. The rotation has passed by the Atlantic area, and Messina, Anita, you guys are in the thick of it with as far as the hail and the heavy downpours are concerned. Now this does go for another 8 minutes, and we'll see if they do extend it further off to the east to encompass more of Adair County. But right now, Greenfield, you're not in it. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a good idea just to plan ahead, err on the side of caution, get to the lowest level of your home, put as many windows as you, or many walls between you and the storm. Get away from those windows. If you have a bike helmet, that's a good idea. A pillow over the head as you go down to the basement. With those little ones, if they have a security blanket, make sure you take that downstairs with you as well, because those kids, they can have a party in the basement, right? All right, let's take a look back on that radar. You can see there, oh, Chris has plotted where the winds are. So we're seeing the reds going away from the radar, the greens going towards, and that is what's creating that rotation. So right now the rotation is just to the north of Bridgewater, just to the north of Highway 92. It is moving off to the east. So if you are in Fontanelle and Greenfield, it is a good idea at this point to get in your safe space. We have seen some broadening of the rotation, but at this point, it's not good. We're not able to call it good. So you can still see that little bit of a notch right here. This is the area that we're watching for that rotation. It is continuing to move off to the east around 40 miles per hour. So it is going to be coming up on Highway 25. That's that north-south road outside of Greenfield. So if you are on Highway 25 and you are living in Adair County on Highway 25, get into your safe space now, because this is all heading your way within the coming minutes. Can we get a track? Oh, there it is.
Well, Bree, I just want to touch on something just briefly. There is another kind of a secondary circulation. It's not in a good spot, but kind of coming in on the back. And this latest update on the scan looks a little bit better too, but okay. Something that I would be watching. It did kind of pulse up ever so briefly there.
So we've got one that we're watching just to the northwest of Fontanelle, and just one to the southeast of the Wyoda area. So there, Wyoda, you are not in the warning area. It's just off to your southeast. Anita, just to your south, you're seeing those purples, which is likely some hail that is up. That's going to start to come down once the hail cannot be held up by that updraft. It gets too heavy. It will fall out and cause some issues, and that's right now along Highway 148 right there. As you look from north to south, this is all just staying just to the south of I-80 at this point, but it is all tracking off to the east. If you want to put a track on that, Chris.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. And I'll just say briefly before I do that's secondary circulation I was talking about, kind of tied into that rear inflow notch. So it's kind of curling around the northern edge, and that's what we're seeing. So we'll go ahead and track this. The tornado threat nearing the edge of the warning box. It is moving to the east, slight northeasterly component. Rosserdale around 8:19 is when we're expecting this one to be in your area. Arbor Hill at 8:28, 8:43 as we get into Dexter. Apologies, I'll move those times on screen so you can see them a little bit better. And then should this one hold, this is getting closer to the metro at this point. It would be closer to Earlham in about an hour's time at 8:51. So this one is coming out of the warning box. There's been no indication so far that this warning will be extended. I am seeing enough there to stay with you a little while longer here. Now that I pull it up, you're looking at those strong winds running into the storm. That's the bright reds as we're looking at there. But definitely has weakened some, that couplet, as we go through time. You watch it, it's distinct. You can clearly see the curl that's associated, but right now it's looking awfully broad at the moment. So either way, we have strong winds wrapped up in this. Just recently, within the last 15 minutes, we've seen winds gusting to 55 miles per hour out of Atlantic. So there is some strong wind tied into this storm, and also some signal for some large hail in there too. And sometimes we can use our CC product. It's in debris detection mode right now. We'll just change it to CC. And between Messina and Anita there's that little bit of a yellowing. And this is where I'd be watching for some hail to be coming in there. At this point, we'll go over to our hail size parameter, and you'll likely see a dot overhead. So yeah, it's indicating that there's likely some hail there down towards Villisca as well, moving into our territory as we get into Adams County, eventually Union County, if this one holds too, but some pockets of wind certainly tied up within that. Also, one threat that we have been seeing with time here today through the overnight has been extremely heavy rain. We have heard of some flooded roads, and I do want to emphasize that you need to stay out of these flooded areas. Do not try to drive through them, even though it'll take longer to turn around and find an alternative route. I know we all have to get to work and get the kids to school, but it is not safe to drive through any flooded areas. We've heard of a few spots around the metro where flooding has been an issue along Euclid, between 14th Street and 235. There's been some flooded, stranded motorists in there, some flooded vehicles. Also, there's some estimates that are up around 4 to 5 inches of rainfall. Anywhere you see these oranges start to come into view, riding basically just north of the I-80 corridor. So this is multiple threats that we're going to be dealing with here today. You see the green are actually flash flood warnings that are in place from overnight rain. I am hearing from the National Weather Service we're holding off along this line further to the south because these storms are remaining fairly progressive in nature. So yes, it is heavy rainfall, but it's moving quickly in and out. It's not lingering and loitering over the same territory that we saw earlier this morning and overnight. Of course, we had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in the works too. With that, it has been a very active night and morning, Bree.
Yes, and we do have Megan McPherson. She's going out to Euclid. We have heard of some flooding over the roadways, so we're going to get some images of that hopefully by midday today on the midday newscast. But also the National Weather Service, they did just update this severe thunderstorm warning. So they updated it until 8:15, and they did put the tornado possible in there. So I think that's how they're going to deal with. They're going to let this tornado warning expire. They're going to let that severe thunderstorm warning take over for that tornado warning, with the idea there could be a tornado possible. But at this point, there has been enough broadening of the circulation that the tornado threat has come down from what it was earlier. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning, which does include cities like heading into the Greenfield area. Adair, you're on the north end of this watch box, or this warning box, at this point right now. So we are going to continue to watch that for the next 15 minutes or so. Again, these are moving pretty rapidly, so the flood threat quickly moves off to the east. So you are getting a heavy downpour, but then you're done, as opposed to what happened this morning, and it was just all over the same area again and again and again. So it is in progressive nature, which is going to help keep those rain totals in check, as opposed to what was happening earlier this morning. Taking a look, when the storm went through Atlantic, 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts went through that area. So do plan on those winds to be strong as they move through. Your temperatures are going to cool down briefly as these storms pass on by. Some hail, we could see up to golf ball size hail with some of these storms that are passing on through. I haven't seen any reports of that yet, but I do know that that's what some of these warnings have indicated, that that's the potential with some of these storms moving through as they move off to the east around 40 miles per hour. So this is a line that does extend all the way down to the Missouri border. And we are looking for those little notches where you can see some notches. That's the areas that we're watching the inflow, the potential for a spin up. But at this point, we have seen that tornado warning expired. It has been replaced by that severe thunderstorm warning that does last until 8:15. So if you are in this area, just keep on high alert, because this storm does have a history of producing a tornado. So radar indicated, at least, so it could pick up with that circulation at some point as it continues to track off to the east. Chris?
Yeah, Bree, we're going to pull up some video. This is flash flooding in Des Moines along Euclid Avenue between 14th Street and I-35. You see vehicles turning around, some high water there. There is a railroad overpass in that area, typical poor area of drainage, and this is why. So the heavy rain overnight causing that. And I think you'll find this all across central and northern Iowa. Please heed the warning. If those roads are flooded, stay out of them. It is very dangerous and puts a lot of people's lives at risk to help come in help you too. So stay out of those flooded areas and stay safe. So we have this line that is extending south from I-80 to the Missouri border. We're going to wrap up the coverage at this point and send it back to GMA. Briefly, just want to recap the warnings that we do have at play. Severe thunderstorm warning down in the southern end of this line. This is going to be Adams and Taylor County until 8:15. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail the size of 1 inch. A little bit larger with the hail size as we move into Adair County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 for eastern Cass and Adair County. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds along this entire line between I-80 and the Missouri border. There will be pockets for each of those threats. We'll be monitoring here back into the Weather Center. For Bree Sullivan, I'm Chris Kubal. We'll get you back to GMA. robust right now, especially Winterset in points northwards, although that does extend a little bit further south into southern Madison County as well at the moment. Dallas County also in that severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in this yellow shaded area, you can expect some very strong winds along the line of this storm as it does move through. It does carry the tag of possible tornado. What we're meaning by that is we're tracking kind of those minute circulations. It was cause for a tornado warning earlier out towards Atlantic, but we're looking for these greens and reds to kind of tighten up and get closer together in a shearing motion where they're in opposing directions. Right now we're seeing signal for a lot of very strong wind at the moment, especially again as you move up into Dallas County, northern Madison County. And this one's stretching out with time. I'm going to go into digging for some reports, and Bree, I'll let you handle it for the time being.
Yeah, so this is already moving all the way into Polk County. That's where this warning extends to at this point. The heaviest is right off to the west, Dallas County. You can see those reds, those deep reds. So we're not even seeing the purples at this point. I don't know if you can put hail tracker up. I'm not seeing any indications of hail being an issue with this storm as it moves into the metro area, as much as it is going to be a wind issue. So when you did hear those sirens sounding in Polk County, it was because of the 70-mile-an-hour winds, not necessarily the circulation. Chris has the hail size pulled up, and you can see we do see just south of I-80, and as we extend down to Winterset area, that's where we're seeing some signs of some hail. It is on the smaller end of the scale. Not getting any reports in at this time to see if any is falling, but we don't see the purples on the radar right now, so that would indicate that the hail is on the lesser side of the scale, and it's just the wind that we're concerned about as these move into the metro area. Here's a look from Sky Tracker 5. We're getting a break from the rain right now in Polk County, which we had our fair share this morning, but we are seeing those clouds just high above. Luckily, they're not low hanging. Taking a look over West Des Moines, they are a little bit lower there as the storm does approach from the west. It is moving from west to east around 45 miles per hour. The good news is it will blow through, so it's not just going to be steady rainfall for hours at a time, which is essentially what happened. We had from 5 to 7 a.m. throughout the entire morning show, we had steady rain just north of I-80, between I-80 and Highway 30, and that's not the case with these. These are just going to move on through. So obviously we are saturated. We don't need the additional rainfall, but these are moving at a good clip so that we won't have the constant ponding. We might see a little time for some of the rain on those roadways to kind of find their way into those drains. But as we look back onto radar right now, you can see we do have these warnings that do include Dallas and Madison, Polk and Warren County, and we have seen observed gusts up to 70 miles per hour with these storms. Back when they were about a county over, we had 79 and 70 mile an hour wind gusts go through. So we have seen the history with these storms is very strong winds, and they are starting to move on through. Waukee, you're on the leading edge of this right now. St. Charles, you're on the leading edge of this as well as it starts to pull into Polk and Warren County. But for right now, we're seeing the bulk of it in Dallas and the Winterset area is just moving off to the east of you guys in Madison County. So again, we're going to continue to track this. Hail looks on the low potential. If we can stick that velocity back up again.
1 second. I'm working off the radar for a second.
Okay, that's great, because we were seeing a lot of the speedy winds, but not necessarily the bright and the tight. When those get coupled together, you get that rotation. We're not really concerned with the rotation as we've been watching these right now. I mean, obviously that can change, but as of right now, the bigger concern is with the wind. So as we look in, Chris has got the velocity pulled up right now. We're just seeing these brighter colors, which indicate those strong winds. These aren't as impressive as they were a couple minutes ago. You could see these were almost white earlier, but now we're kind of more in those reds. So still very speedy winds, but just not what they once were. But here is that those bright colors, yep, that you're circling right now. So just to the southwest of Waukee, and again, these are moving to the northeast, and so these heavier winds are heading into the Des Moines metro area. Again, another look over West Des Moines right now with those low-hanging clouds. Not seeing anything in the way of any lightning on that camera right now, but sure, there is the lightning on there. Do you have the lightning tracker that we could?
Yeah, we can pull that up, certainly, Bree. And I do want to emphasize this is a very potent thunderstorm screaming with the wind signal that it's going to be an issue. I'll pull up lightning detection here. And this is very electrical. And when we do see an uptick in lightning bolts in the thunderstorms, that is usually indicative of a strengthening thunderstorm. There are certainly some areas that are thrusting out ahead, getting a little bit of an influence from that rear inflow jet. I look for this often when I'm tracking possible wind damage. So this is riding just north of Highway 92, north of Winterset. There'd be a signal for some stronger wind there. And I think really from the apex there, any point northwards towards Adel, you're likely being stuck into that turbulent wind, very heavy rainfall right now, perhaps even some small hail. This is a look at SkyTracker 5 in West Des Moines. We're getting the leading edge of that storm to get into West Des Moines. Prior, we did hear the sirens sounding in many of the West Metro communities. That's for that wind to 70 miles per hour that this is warned for. It does look like there's a bit of a shelf cloud there as this one does roll into town. Sometimes that can be indicative of that very strong wind. Again, you see the statistics that we're watching with this storm. 1-inch diameter hail, but I think the wind is the most widespread and the biggest concern at the moment. So I'll show you the storm relative velocity. Last time we looked at the velocity picture, it was not based on the storm motion. So apologies on that, but this gives us a good indication of where some of that strongest wind is. And sometimes when this pulls closer to the radar site, it will tend to weaken. That's because we start sampling winds lower to the ground. At this point, they're holding their own. There's going to be some very strong winds in there, especially over Dallas County into northern Madison County right now. Highway 169 from Earlham is included in on that, DeSoto up through Adel, Redfield, and you see anywhere you start to get into those pinks or whites, that is very strong wind. In fact, we can even sample that. We'll go ahead and pull that up. 72 miles per hour. I believe we'd be looking a couple thousand feet up in the air at this distance, but sampling some of those winds that we are looking at, this is 70 to 75 miles per hour. And I believe it's still working its way down to the surface, given the reports that we have previously seen coming in out of Adair County earlier, from Fontenelle to Menlo and Stewart, those ranging between 70 and 80 miles per hour. So very strong winds at the moment. That's the concern. If you are in the warned area, and this does include all of the metro, what you need to do is stay away from windows. If you feel so compelled, you can go down to the basement. The more walls you have between you and the outside is better when we're talking winds getting up to this strength. Everything is pretty quiet coming in on the report front from the National Weather Service. I am tracking some other reports coming in. This coming in the Waukee area, that there's some lawn furniture and trash cans being displaced by the wind that's coming in, and some small tree branches with some damage there. So especially the northern half of this warning has been where the signal is for the strongest wind, and we're seeing that here for today. Bree?
Yeah, the sirens are just now sounding again here in West Des Moines. So we do have those winds that they're almost speedier on the backside of those storms as they move through. It's almost like a wake low situation. But yeah, I would expect to see more lightning on this camera based on lightning tracker, but you can see just those low hanging clouds right now with this storm approaching from the west. It is just starting to rain here on top of us. Let's flip it back to radar, please, if we could. We'll take a look at where things sit right now. So you can see some of the speedier winds on velocity. They are on the backside of this. It's almost a wake low situation, and we'll start to see those speedier winds happen almost after it moves on through. But yes, this whole line is moving off to the east northeast. It is just starting to line up along the Polk County line as well as into the Warren County line. So that's where on the front edge of these storms. As this continues to move on through, the greatest threat is going to be the winds. We have seen, as Chris was saying, those reports from 70 to 79-mile-per-hour winds. That's why you're hearing those sirens, not necessarily for the tornado threat, but because those winds, they meet that threshold of 70 miles per hour, which obviously will do some damage, can take down those tree branches and whatnot. So as Chris mentioned, make sure you go into the interior room. You don't need to be near any windows. If something does get snapped off a tree, it can hit one of those windows, and you don't want to be by that window snapping a picture. So taking a look at how this is continuing to move off to the east, we're looking Highway 6 right there. You're just on the front edge of this. Adel, you're on the back side, so you're probably experiencing some of those speedier winds that we were talking about. It is continuing to move off to the east. That warning does go until 9:15. We can pull up the velocity again, Chris, and look at some of those winds right now. Just kind of see where we sit with those. You can see the brighter colors. There they are right there, Adel. So the storm has largely passed you, but now here's a look at the winds. The winds are starting to speed right through you guys. So we've already seen those winds when Chris sampled these up in the sky. They were about 72 miles per hour, but they are going to be coming down, and that does track with what we're seeing observed on the ground. So this is moving off to the east. So Waukee, you guys are about to get those winds moving in your direction. Perry as well, you guys are about to see those winds speed up in your area. If this does continue to track as we expect it to, it will be in the Ankeny and Des Moines area here, probably within the next 15 minutes, half hour. So we'll continue. Oh, thanks, Chris. We're going to put a track on this and get this right for you guys, as these are moving up to the east-northeast about 45 miles per hour. So what that does is puts that in Waukee here right about now. Des Moines will be there in about 15 minutes. Ankeny about 9:24. So you still have a little bit of time. Make sure you're coming inside. If you see something in Ankeny that's on your patio that you know a 70-mile-an-hour wind will take out, either put it inside or anchor it down. You have a little bit of time. Altoona into Mitchellville area, we're talking about half hour from now. So just be aware, this is heading your direction, but if you are in Waukee, this is on your door, and you are going to expect to see those winds really pick up. And just go into the interior room. Don't need to be sitting at the window taking the pictures of these storms as they move on through. Chris, have you seen any more reports come in as these storms continue to push into the metro?
No, I don't. And we're going to switch over to Sky Tracker 5 West Des Moines. I want to watch this one as it does roll in. This one just getting to our studio, so we'll let you know if we see anything significant here at the studio for the time being. It looks like some heavy rain, a little bit of shake to Sky Tracker 5 coming in, watching our weather station right now, and the wind gusts ticking upwards. Right now, nothing too significant, but this one is in the West Metro, places like Waukee, West Des Moines, even down towards Cumming and Norwalk, just starting to nudge in as it surges out a little bit further eastward on the southern edge where some of those strong winds are, and then trailing up towards Adel and then Minburn. So this one will be entering Grimes here shortly. The Windsor Heights and Urbandale area very shortly as well, and then eventually into the heart of Des Moines, and then getting into the East Metro community. So that's Sky Tracker 5. This severe thunderstorm warning lasts until 9:45, and the threat here is going to be wind. That's why if you've heard the sirens sounding, that's why they are moving through. I do want to highlight there's some good areas where we're getting some punch in the backside of this storm, and sometimes they can help accelerate those winds outwards in that fanning motion. So this is why we've been really keen in, especially on the northern half of this warning. I'll even say down here towards St. Charles, there's another little kick in from the rear to help accelerate those winds. And as I pull the velocity signal up, you see it's a screaming signal, and almost kind of where those arrowheads were pushing in, it's accelerating some of that wind out a little bit stronger at this time. I'll go ahead and sample some of those winds, as the strongest is now over Adel and DeSoto, and you need it to kind of line up to where those parent thunderstorms are to help accelerate some of this wind to the surface. There's Sky Tracker 5 West Des Moines. This is 92 miles per hour, and it's not too far off the surface. So these are extremely strong winds. I am inclined to keep it here with coverage as we continue on as this storm pulls through the metro, especially over Dallas County right now, but northern Madison County, there is some very strong signaled winds, and we're not even seeing the worst of it yet, say in West Des Moines or Waukee, based on the radar signal. But I'll pulse back to the reflectivity, and you see kind of in the back half of these storms is actually lining up to where the strongest of the wind is lining up on radar. So we're kind of getting that kick in the back half of the storms. Heavy rain certainly in the Des Moines area. Right now, wind gust here at the station is insignificant in the grand scheme, but then again, I don't think that strongest of the wind has gotten here just yet. We do have a lot of weather stations coming in as we see these storms come into the metro, and so far the numbers aren't jumping off the screen as significant, but sometimes it takes a little while for these numbers to update. It has to go through the internet to get to us, and sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. But this storm does have a history of producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds along its path as it does move through. So we continue to reiterate, stay away from windows if you are into the warned area. That does include all of the Des Moines Metro, Polk County, Warren County, Eastern Madison County, and southeastern Dallas County at the moment. So anywhere from Waukee to West Des Moines to Cumming to Martinsdale, that's where some of the strongest wind is trying to line up at the moment. Bree?
Yeah, I was just trying to track, see if there was any reports coming in. Not seeing any reports. I am seeing some pictures coming out of Stewart that they are impressive. Some baby trees, I won't call them like mature trees, but some baby trees are definitely getting kind of bent over on the side because these winds are just so strong. Stewart did have a report of a 70-mile-an-hour wind moving on through. Fontenelle had a stronger wind at 79 when this band of storms went through. This is the same band that went through that area. So where you see these colors, these are really impressive colors. That's where the speedier wind is going to be. Most of this right now is on the backside of the rain. So just because the storm has moved through and you think you're done, that's when these winds are starting to really pick up in the area. Waukee, you guys are starting to get on the leading edge of these strong winds. Adel, DeSoto, up and down 169 right now. It's one of those pull-over situations. If you know someone in the car, they need to be pulled over to the side because it's not worth driving through these winds, especially those high-profile vehicles. You definitely don't want to be anywhere close to those. They should be pulled over as well. This extends just to the south of Perry down through Winterset along Highway 69. Taking a look right now, Sky Tracker 5, you can see the rain is coming down hard. We can hear it above our studio right now. You can see the shake of the camera as well, and we've had a lot of rain here already this morning. We do see the flood warning that Des Moines had earlier this morning has expired, but with this next round of rain moving on in, it wouldn't be surprised if they do start to reissue, especially when we have a third round of showers and thunderstorms, which we are expecting later on this afternoon. Chris, this could inhibit what our potential is for this afternoon. What do you think?
Well, we have some time to recharge. So after this moves through, I think we're going to be pretty quiet in the grand scheme of things. Right. So there's going to be a round 2 on the day, or 3, if you will, depending on how you're counting.
Yes, yeah.
No doubt you're counting it as more as the overnight has been active. Not only that flooding threat, but right now the strong wind is strongest. Just starting to show up on radar coming into the Waukee area. And I'm going to be watching our weather station here very closely at the studio for the possibility of some of those stronger winds impacting. So it's not quite here just yet. We're getting a new update, but this is very low to the ground where we're sampling these winds, and I would say a mere 1,500 feet up, we're at 85 miles per hour, just sampling into some random places in the strongest sector of this cell right now. It's kind of behind as well, but we need it to line up where that heaviest rain is at the moment, and it does correlate to the back edge of that storm. I mentioned those rear inflow jets. They come in and they rush down to the ground, and so that's what we're watching, that heavy rain in Waukee, West Des Moines, up through Urbandale, Windsor Heights, Norwalk, and also the Cumming area at the moment. Bree?
Yeah, just trying to keep ahead of these storms and watching out for storm reports. Nothing new has been coming in. The National Weather Service just said the last report that came in was from 8:30, so it's been a while. We're starting to see some multiple road closures are happening in rural Hancock County. Crane Avenue between 250th and 260th is one of those. Deer Avenue from US 18 to 240th. So there's a couple of areas in rural Hancock County. So if you are up in that area, keep in mind we have had a lot of rain this morning, a lot of flooding rain this morning, and we're starting to see those impacts. One thing with these storms is they are moving on through about 45 miles per hour. So earlier today it was kind of just a train of rain. The same areas were getting affected. These are just going to pull on through, and once they move on through, we are going to get a lull in the action. Later on this afternoon, we are expecting a line to move through from west to east, similar to this situation as far as it is going to be a line. It will move from west to east and as it lines up into central Iowa.
We have gusts here at the studio to 55 miles per hour. Growing stronger at the moment. We just hit 60 miles per hour, 32 sustained, and we're in the heaviest rain right now. This is SkyTracker 5 just above our studio in West Des Moines. It's shaking pretty good. Of course, you can't see a lot of visibility there, but based on the mounting support there on the right hand side, this camera is shaking fairly well at the moment. So there are some very strong winds in this cell as it rolls into the metro. So that strongest wind is just getting to us right now. And we're highlighting it. This is the leading edge of that strongest wind. So anywhere from the Highway 5 connector, the bypass to I-35 up through the West Mixer, trailing to the north and west through Waukee towards Dallas Center is where the strongest wind is at the moment. So, 55 is the strongest wind gust we've seen so far. I'm going to go ahead and pass that along, Bree, if you want to take over for a second.
Yeah, so as Chris mentioned, this is the leading edge of this. So Dallas Center down through Waukee, you guys are seeing the strongest winds. Grimes, you guys will be next with these storms moving in through that area. And then beyond that, we're talking up into Ankeny, Polk City area. We'll see those winds just move through that area, as well as the heavy rains, the downpours. Again, hail really hasn't been an issue. We're seeing the strongest part of the storm move over us right now. That's probably the first rumble of thunder I've heard, but we haven't had any of the hail. I'm not hearing any hail hitting the studio. So that is one thing to keep in mind. This isn't necessarily a hail event. This round, we're just dealing with those winds. But again, we're seeing this pocket where you see those bright yellow colors. That's really bright. The really bright yellow colors are the strongest of the winds. Let's take a look at wind gusts right now. Well, we're starting to see there's a little bit of a lag because it's definitely not calm in Urbandale. So the information does have to be ingested into the system, and then once it is, it will reflect what's going on. But Urbandale, you guys are right ahead of the strongest winds at this point, but you're certainly feeling some winds when you're in this red area. But again, the strongest is going to be that leading edge where you see that white. Chris is putting the track on. Again, these storms are moving off to the northeast, so we'll see it in Des Moines in about 5 minutes. Ankeny, you have about 10 minutes. Altoona, about 9:30 is when these storms are going to be in your area. Colfax beyond that around 9:45. So just be aware that those winds are going to be heading your direction. Again, it's hail, or it's a wind storm as opposed to a hailstorm. But can we stick a hail track on this, Chris?
Yeah.
Just so we can kind of see where we sit right now. You can see just a little bit of gray. Oh, we're popping up a little bit of...
That's the tracks.
There we go. That's where we were. That's where we are right now. We've got some small, some light color, some gray color. So there could be some small, but we're not seeing any reports. I'm not hearing any hail as it passes over our studio. So mainly a very heavy rain pour and a wind event with this round.
Yeah, we are consistently hitting wind gusts into the 40 to 50 mile per hour range in West Des Moines, and I'll tell you, just from placement from our weather station, that's an impressive wind. So we are looking at those winds possibly being stronger, as much as 70 miles per hour, as this storm does continue to overtake the Des Moines metro. So right now we're seeing the strongest winds getting through West Des Moines up into Urbandale. The latest sweep is going to come down and around and through, getting getting into Norwalk now, and this would be passing into the west edge of Des Moines around 63rd Street here shortly, up through Grimes momentarily. So you see some of the villages and local communities within the metro shown here, popping into view. These are some very strong winds and sampled a bit above ground, probably only about 1,000 feet or so, but this is significant. This is a very strong wind, and now we're starting to see the ground truth come in, and still watching that sustained wind up around 30 miles per hour, wind gusts 45 right now as it updates in front of my eyes. And just in the last hour, we have picked up an inch of rainfall, so some very heavy rain coming in. 3/4 of an inch of rain in the last hour. But getting into Clive, Waukee, down through Cumming, Norwalk, some very strong winds at the moment. So we're keeping it kind of on the velocity signal. So often we look at this, when we're talking about tornadoes, but as we get very close to the radar site, it is showing us some of the strong wind too. It looks like the back edge of the storm is getting through Waukee at the moment. We're getting an update to the warning in on the screen. I'll go ahead and pull those details up on it. Still radar indicated through 9:45, and our tags that we're looking at with this one now 60 miles per hour is what this is warned at the moment. Bree?
Yeah, I was just looking at one of our computer products, and they did put up a hail marker, possibly a half-inch hail around or just to the west of the Indianola area between Martinsdale and Indianola. So just something to keep in mind. There could still be some hail. If it's going to be a severe limit, it's got to reach 1 inch in diameter, which is the size of a quarter. So hail size really is showing up on the small end of the scale with these storms. This is mainly just a heavy rain and wind event. This is the estimated 1 hour rainfall total. So this is radar indicated, not necessarily observed, but 1.4. So if this stayed in one spot for an hour, this is what you would expect. Taking a look, it's the heaviest right now we did see in Dallas County, but the estimated over the last 24 hours, take a look at this. Generally, it was between I-80 and Highway 30 this morning. It was just a train of rain. We had a boundary that set up just along I-80, and all the rain was just north of it, and it was just parked, and it stayed there throughout the entire morning show. And you can see that they were very heavy totals over the last 24 hours, and this rain is continuing to move over the same areas. Luckily, these are going to be in and out, so it's not going to just train over the same area, but unfortunately it is moving into areas that have already seen over 5 inches of rain. We did have a rain report out of Jasper County this morning, up over 5 inches of rain, and this is just on the leading edge of getting some more rain in the area, and we're not done yet. There's going to be another round coming later on this afternoon that will put even more rain into an area that is completely saturated. So if you do live in these areas, just plan to avoid driving anywhere you see ponding of the water. You don't know how deep it is, especially through those overnight hours. It's extra dangerous. It's hard to tell when you can see in the sun, but this evening after those storms blow on through, you're just going to want to park it wherever you are. Just stay home. Here's a look right now at that warning. We're going to move on to Sky Tracker 5. Not much to see. It's completely covered in those raindrops right now. I think those are some clouds moving up.
Yeah, very low hanging clouds at that. So if we have the parent thunderstorm just a couple hundred feet above the surface, and those winds that we're sampling on the radar, it's very likely that some of those strongest winds are poking their way down to the ground. We have a new maximum of 57 miles per hour at the studio. Apologies there as I pass that one along. But yeah, we're seeing it. Certainly those strong winds. I'm going to pop over to the downtown cam as that area is just now starting to get into the worst section of the storm. At the moment, it's popping up heavy rain. And if you look very closely at the bottom, you can see the sheets of rain that are blowing by between the buildings and the camera. So this is some very strong wind and heavy rain coming in with this storm. The severe thunderstorm warning lasts until 6:45. We'll do a velocity check on this as it draws closer, and here's what I mean. We're getting very close to the radar site, and anytime you can sample those winds, say I'm going to pop up here close to Grimes, Anytime you can measure those at 71 miles per hour, it's only a few hundred feet off the surface. So some very strong winds, and that rain helps propel it down to the ground. We're getting the strongest burst of wind into the heart of Des Moines, downtown. The leading edge of it is basically running right around the Des Moines River down until it starts to push off to the east towards the Carlisle area north of town. Some of those strong winds, radar is estimating to be north of 70 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and take that river shot. Take another look outside, Mitch, if we can pull that up. There we go. This is a look from City Hall in downtown Des Moines, the heavy rain coming into view. There's a very real threat of flash flooding too with this, not necessarily in the Des Moines metro, but as you move further north towards Highway 30, they've been inundated overnight. Highway 20, numerous roads already closed up that way, some major roads too, including Highway 6 to the east of Newton. So keep this in mind. If you see flooded areas inundated, please find an alternative method to get to your destination. Heaviest winds currently over Des Moines right now with these thunderstorms as they roll through. Bree?
Yeah, it's right now the heaviest part of the rain is moving through the heart of downtown. It is moving off to the east, northeast with these storms. So again, hail hasn't really been an issue, just the heavy rain and the strong winds moving with these storms. So again, this warning is until 9:45 this morning, but it is starting to move off to the northeast. Just because you're done with the rain, you're not necessarily done with the winds. Chris had the velocity pulled up, and we could see the heaviest of the winds were starting to move through the Grimes area. So there is a lot of strong wind on the backside of these storms, and that does continue to press off to the east, northeast. So areas like Dallas Center and Waukee, you guys are done with the rain. You guys are now going to get a break from the action, but you are going to have those winds, and then you will start to see things quiet down. We are expecting the next round of storms to enter our western counties around 2 p.m. this afternoon. So you do get a break in the action. The environment's going to get a break in the action. It's going to try and recycle itself for the next round. So we're getting another scan right now as this sweeps on through. You can see just ever so slowly it's moving off to the northeast, but overall these storms are moving at a good clip, around 45 miles per hour. So we are going to continue to see the rain come down heavy and then move out of the area, so it's not going to be over the same areas over and over again. Keep in mind, we did have a flash flood warning over Polk County earlier this morning that did expire. So this is just adding insult to injury as far as we've already seen the rain and now we're getting more, and we do expect another round. Thankfully, we do quiet down after we get through those storms later on this afternoon between about 4 and 5. So tomorrow should be a much quieter day. Here's a look at those winds again. These bright colors, that is some very fast wind. When you see these bright colors, that's when we're starting to see those 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the area. So Grimes, you are starting to see this. Des Moines, you guys are in the thick of the rain right now, but the heaviest of the winds are still yet to come in your direction. And this will move off to the east, northeast. Altoona, you guys are next in line to get the heavy rain moving in your area. You can see sampling throughout. So Des Moines, the heaviest of the wind is just off to your west right now, but you guys are in the thick of it as far as that rain. And the West Des Moines, we're here in West Des Moines, and I can already hear that the rain has lightened up overhead. So it is a quick and passing storm. It's a quick hitter as they move off to the east, Chris.
Right, and we kind of need the two to overlap. So where that storm is, the heavy rain, and where that wind is as well. And right now that's over downtown Des Moines. Strongest wind that we observed at our studio is 57 miles per hour as this moved through, but the storm does have a history of seeing 70 to even 80 miles per hour as it was further to the west. I was just tagged that there was some localized ponding in Waukee, some gas stations inundated with water, some strong winds too. So we're also looking at that localized ponding as we pick up a quick inch and a quarter of rain as this moves through. Of course, as you mentioned, Bree, we're under that flash flood warning earlier. No longer significant impacts from that, but you add in another quick inch and a quarter, that is an issue. So you see where the storm is right now. I'm actually going to take the warnings off so we get a little bit of a better view and pull that velocity scope onto the screen here, and what that is going to do is give us a chance to get a view at where those two are coinciding. And so the strongest wind right now is basically right over the radar dome from the Polk City area down following the Des Moines River over Saylorville and down through Carlisle at the moment. That's where some of those strongest winds currently are. So I'll just sample right near the radar dome and some of those bright blues as it switches direction. So that's 60 miles per hour, and that's essentially right at the surface where that heaviest rain is. So all along this path, especially from about Highway 5 northward, is where we're finding some extremely strong winds and perhaps even still some pockets as we trail further to the south along this line, say closer to Indianola. This is about the only storm of interest we have left. It does kink upwards a little bit to the northeast, riding up Highway 330 towards Marshalltown, but right now sub-severe in its strength. But there are numerous flash flood warnings. Anytime you start to get that east-west motion with storms that are moving to the east, that's going to be a signal for some very heavy rain and potential flash flooding, and even some preemptive flash flood warnings now kind of moving in. It was not quite as populated with them earlier, but now we're running solid from Highway 20 down to I-80 with flash flood warnings. East of I-35, Waterloo to Iowa Falls, down towards the Newton area and Grinnell and Malcolm, and up through Tame and Toledo, back again to Waterloo and Cedar Falls. There are a couple of additional flash flood warnings back to the west, along and just north of I-80, say closer to Audubon and beyond towards the Council Bluffs region. So there's also that second threat as well. I haven't pulled up the wind gusts as of late. We'll go ahead and do that, get those up, and see if Des Moines International has given us anything, and it has. 43 miles per hour. We have 43 in Ankeny. Keep in mind, some of these weather stations are just at some homes across the metro, so they may not be placed in the best and not in the free open air where that strongest wind is. But Des Moines International briefly to 33 miles per hour, and then 43 as the heart of the cell moved through. Ankeny Regional reporting 43 miles per hour as well. So I do see a positive trend here, Bree, with some of these ground truth reports coming in. We're no longer seeing at least the 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, and something a little bit more manageable. As I do check out MPing too, it's been awfully quiet and pulling through a metro community. That's a means for getting storm reports to come in, and it's awfully quiet, and being that that's a populous area, that's certainly some good news. Some hail reports from prior, that was from overnight activity, but these blue dots that I'm showing you back over Adair County, these were those previous winds that were into the 70 to 80 mile per hour range, especially back near Fontenelle, about 5 miles north, if I remember correctly. Personal weather station there reporting 79. We had 57 miles per hour in the West Metro as this one pulled through. Back to the reflectivity we go, and new warning has been issued. It's been extended further to the north and east. So I believe, let me get the details up on that one, and we'll show you that this one is going to be in effect until 10:30. That's for Jasper, Marshall, Polk, Warren County, Mahaska County. You get even further south towards Knoxville as well, Marion County. You're included on this until 10:30. The threats we're watching, 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, and just as we've been mentioning kind of all morning, there's little nooks and crannies we need to watch for trying to spin up possibly a brief tornado. And at this point, I'm not seeing any of those to spark my interest. But right now, the strongest wind, especially, is over Polk County. I'm saying up through Ankeny, anywhere from about the Carlisle area to Ankeny right now through Pleasant Hill. And that also would include Altoona, the east side of Des Moines. That's where those strong winds are currently going to be. I'll do just kind of a rough sampling on some of these winds. 44 miles per hour, that would be about the Bend and 235 as it turns north and south. Coming out of Ankeny, some estimates about 77 miles per hour. Bree, I'll let you get going. I'll pull up a traffic cam from the Ankeny area, see if we can see anything.
So some of these reports are starting to catch up to us now. So we did have a report that came 8:45 from Redfield, and it did say that there were reports of a tree over a power line in Redfield. There was one that came out of Adel. This was just before 9 this morning that says a large tree limb was down in Adel. We did have those winds upwards of 70 going through that area at that time. Waukee, we got a report in just after 9 this morning, 9:07, that said nickel to quarter-size hail moved through with that storm, 50 to 55 mile an hour gusts with that. Johnston did have a report come that was from just before 8 a.m. of over 3.5 inches of rain. So we're starting to see these reports starting to come in and pile up now that we have some time to catch up to these. But we are starting to see that move through the metro. Obviously, a lot of people in the metro, I'm sure we'll get a lot more reports coming in. But the winds have been the story this morning so far, as well as the heavy rainfall. As you look on that camera right there, you can see it just the visibility issues you can see with those, with the heavy rain. Your visibility is going to be very poor as you drive through. Taking a look at the track right now, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. It was just reissued, extended further off to the north and east. These storms are still continuing at 45 miles per hour, so not much has changed as far as their speed. This does include Dallas, Madison, Polk counties as it moves off to the north and east. But we are having the possibility of 1 inch hail with these and those strong wind gusts. They did put 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this warning. However, we have seen it be speedier. It does have a history of that, but it is a good sign that there might be some weakening with these winds as they continue to move off to the east. So the trend was that they should start to weaken just a little bit as they move off to the east, and that seems to be kind of how it's been playing out. But the heart of Des Moines is on the backside of it right now. You guys are probably getting your strongest winds, is what we've been seeing, is the winds are kind of lagging a little bit behind the head of the front. But as this moves on to the northeast, we're going to continue to see areas of I-80 affected as you move out of the metro. Some of the heaviest downpours are right there. So Ankeny, you can see that camera's back up. It just
it's actually
paused.
Altoona.
Is this one Altoona?
Yes.
Okay. It did pause there, but you can see the heavy rain still on the camera. Luckily, people are moving a little slow, but as they should be with the speedier winds moving through that direction.
Yeah, anytime you see the trucks driving by with flashers on, you know they're moving at a slower pace because of that heavy rain. I'm going to check in briefly on 511, see if there's any major traffic disruptions going on. Sometimes we can hear some semis being overturned, things like that. And at this point, I'm not seeing any unplanned traffic events going on. There are a couple of road closures because of flooding that are ongoing, but nothing immediately that's going to create an impact into the Des Moines metro. So severe thunderstorm warning continues on. This is for the Des Moines metro, Polk County, Warren County included. If you're back into Madison and Dallas, the storm is now clear of you, but targeting now Marshall County through Jasper County and also to about the Knoxville area at this point to down into Marion County. So this one moving east and north and east. It's been a little while since we've put a track on this one. Moving that direction at about 45 miles per hour. We've had a history of winds getting close to 60 miles per hour here lately at our studio. Moving to the east and northeast with time. There's some estimated times when it will be in your vicinity. We're looking at Mitchellville at 9:35, so coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Colfax at 9:43, Newton 9:57, State Center at 9:58, Sully at 10:11, 10:16 in Marshalltown. If this one does hold for another hour, we're getting way out towards Garwin in the next 60 minutes. But these storms continue to rocket their way north and east. Bree?
All right, yeah, we just, producer just said we have an Ankeny camera to show, a traffic camera to show what's going on outside. You can see it's very blurry out there. We have, it looks like a backup over in the, is that what you're seeing, a backup? It's kind of hard to make out because it is very blurry, but definitely slow traffic. That is exactly how it should be in Ankeny right now with the heavy rain moving on through in that area. So
I'm guessing that's a lot of people pulled off to the side right
yeah.
there, or moving really slow. It's tough to see with all the water on the lens. Definitely moving slow, and that's for good reason at the moment.
Right, yeah, it does look like there's some movement, but it is people taking the precaution with you can see this guy moving at a good slow pace. So we're taking a look. We're still seeing these storms. This is moving through the Ankeny area right now. Ankeny is getting onto the backside of this storm as it moves off to the northeast. So now it's kind of a factor of the wind will pick up in that area as well. So just take it nice and slow. As Chris looks for the speedy winds, those bright colors, that's where you're going to see the bright colors are going to indicate the fast speeds. And take a look. This is where the radar is. So it's very close to the radar. So it will sample close to the ground as far as what those wind speeds are. But we are seeing some of the stronger wind speeds in the Ankeny area as we look right now. We see another one as we look further south into Polk County. You can see just kind of the brighter colors. And again, on the backside, we're seeing those bright pinks and those bright white colors still. Shear detection, we are seeing a little bit of the rotation down to the south, but so far this really has been a broad situation. It's been more of just like the straight line winds moving through the area, but that's something that we'll certainly watch, especially with the next round that we expect this afternoon. We do expect tornadoes to be a bigger threat with that next round that's going to start around 2 p.m. in our western counties and move off to the east, exiting around 6 p.m. That's the time frame you want to check back for the threat with the tornadoes. This one has been more of a straight line wind situation. Hail has been on the low end of the scale. We did get a report out of Ankeny. I believe it was for 1 inch in diameter hail. I was just going to walk off and check that real quick.
Just want to pass along a report of some trees that are uprooted or snapped. This would be in about the East 14th area of eastern side of Des Moines, so some wind damage reported there as well. That report coming in via IMPING. So still seeing some strong winds coming through with this storm as it moves to the east. Of course, in Redfield, some trees were down over a power line and a large tree limb down in a dale. That one coming in, and also some flooding reports coming in too. So all across the state we're dealing with now too much water coming into view. Waukee did have some quarter-size hail in winds to 55 miles per hour. And here at our studio, we had wind at 57 miles per hour.
We also see a report from Saylorville at 9:15 this morning, so just about 20 minutes ago, 60-mile-an-hour winds as that storm blew on through. So definitely a wind situation, and we're also seeing areas that is moving into right now. Keep in mind, Jasper County, you guys have already reported upwards of 4 to 5 inches. Kellogg had 4¼ inch reported already today, and then Jasper, other areas in Jasper County have reported up over 5 inches. So that is actually moving into your area. The heaviest of the rain is moving into Jasper County, and as it does, it's going to just go over an area that's already been worked over. It's already saturated, so it is going to cause additional flooding concerns. Take a look at velocity. You can see, we're going back to Doppler radar. You can see the heaviest of the rain is now on the east side of Polk County, and it is down into Warren County as well, and it's just starting to inch its way over into Jasper County. We're going to start to see the heaviest bands of the rain. The wind as well as we sample on through down the line. Where you see the brighter colors, that's where you're going to see those speedier winds. So we're seeing some speedier winds on the leading edge of this part of the storm, and that again is just about to cross over into Jasper County. So again, we're not necessarily worried about the tornado threat, but still stay inside interior rooms, get away from the windows. We don't need the pictures as these are coming, because we have seen that the tree limbs have been snapped, and if it does catch a window, it obviously could cause some damage. So taking a look at some reports right now. Saylorville, here's that report that came in about 20 minutes ago. 16-mile-an-hour wind. It was sustained around 45, but you get those extra wind gusts with those storms moving through upwards of 60. You can see several hail reports, but generally an inch or less in diameter. Did see some nickel size reported a little bit earlier in Polk County. Now we're just kind of watching this area that already has that warning with the flood, and that's going to start to see this next round move on through an area that's already saturated. So we're seeing the brighter colors down by the radar because it is being sampled at right there. That radar is just right there. So we're seeing some of the brighter colors right there at that radar site, but we're continuing to see all of this move off to the east, northeast around 45 miles per hour. So it's not training over the same areas. It is continuing to just press on to the east, but we're expecting expecting more rain this afternoon over an area that's already seen 4 to 5 inches of rain. So certainly some flooding concerns. Here's a look at the leading edge right now. You see some of those speedier winds just to the east of Runnels. So if you are into Prairie City, this whole area, Colfax, you'll be on the north edge of this leading edge of some speedier winds moving through that area. Monroe, you guys will be next.
So coming out of Runnels, and I want to show you, you can kind of see how that red is now getting out, kind of advanced a little bit further out ahead of the line. I'd be watching this for one of those little circulations. We know we have the tag of tornado possible on this warning, and this is one of those areas that I would begin to watch. Anytime that wind is surging out and kind of curling up on you, and so we'll have to watch these winds. No doubt some strong wind just went through the Runnels area. That's going to be continuing to push east closer to Swan and eventually Monroe, Prairie City, but this entire line extends up into northeastern Polk County now as well, and that's where the threat will continue to be 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'll go ahead and throw up the shear detection here, and you can see that it's starting to pull in some of that stronger shear around Runnels to Swan, just right at the leading edge of the Lake Red Rock Reservoir. And I'm going to go ahead and actually back this up through time. You can see how this is kind of grown up into that next color, into that cyan on the last couple of scans, and that's that little bit of the rotational aspect starting to come to fruition. You see with that next update there, it's starting to turn in and cycle in on itself. So the next signal I'd be watching here, if there's going to be a tornado risk, would be right into this general area, localized peaking, the brighter of the colors of the reds and then the greens. So be on alert there. That's in extreme southwestern Jasper County, but all along this entire line there is the stronger wind in association with this whole line. Basically anywhere from Maxwell now down through Mitchellville to Pleasantville is where we're seeing the strongest of this storm at the moment. And we've seen those wind gusts stronger over the metro in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range, which is actually down a bit from what they were a precursor going into things. The latest wind gusts 43 at Ankeny Regional. We have 32 up into the northeastern part of Des Moines, closer to Altoona, and then 32 at Des Moines International. We had 42 actually at the Highway 5 and I-35 interchange earlier as well. So this line punching through. Thankfully, we're not seeing any significantly larger wind gusts at the moment, but certainly we have seen some 60 miles per hour coming in near Saylorville on the north side of the Des Moines Metro. So those winds are tucked away in there. I was about ready to get it back to our normal programming, but I really want to kind of run for a few minutes and see how this area in southwest Jasper County is handled over the next few moments. Bree?
Yeah, we got a report in. Grimes has seen 1.38 inches of rain since midnight, so certainly not the 5 inches of Jasper County, but quite a bit of rain. The creeks are running a bit high. We also are getting pictures in from Iowa Falls of rain water just running over the gravel roads. So if you are in one of these rural counties, I think it was Hancock County is one of the counties that is having some issues. There's several road closures up in rural Hancock County. So those gravel roads, just be mindful. And if there are cones out, they're out for a reason. So just make sure you just take it slow, turn around. Flash flood warning is continuing for Jasper, Marshall, and Story County. So we've seen the reason why when you get 5 inches of rain in no short amount of time, obviously we're going to have some flooding issues, and unfortunately the heaviest of the rain is about to move through those areas right now. So this is the estimated rainfall total over 1 hour worth of work, and you're already seeing some greens. This is the 12-hour look at things. Now again, we've had reports of 4 to 5 inches. Kellogg is up 4.25 inches so far. So we're seeing these areas between I-80 and Highway 30 with those heavy pockets of rain. They're already saturated, and look at what's coming their way. This red is going to be some heavy rainfall just moving in that direction. Again, these storms are moving off to the east, northeast around 45 miles per hour. So just the areas that have already been hit are about to get hit again with a substantial amount of rain. Luckily, the winds, they are still substantial, but they are not peaking what they were earlier. When they were west of the metro, they were upwards of 70, 79 miles per hour was the speediest gust that we saw come in on a report from Fontenelle. So now we're seeing more 50 to 60 mile an hour reports coming in. So that is some good news, but we are watching this area just to the southwest of Prairie City. As you can see, it's still very broad at this point, but there is certainly a little bit. 1 p.m. this afternoon, it's from Highway 20 down to our southern border here in the state, and we are expecting additional storms to fire up. This is for this round of storms moving through the area, but we're going to see a third round coming through later on this afternoon. We are getting these storms out of the way here probably about 10 o'clock. It will move out of Polk County, and it will continue to move off to the east, but we are going to have some dry time, and the environment will have some time to recalibrate and rework itself. So then when this next round comes through, it's ready to go. It's ripe and ready to go. So here's the look. We do have the heaviest part of the storms into just moving out of the Polk County area into the Jasper area. Story County, you guys are on the northern edge of this, just to the southeast of Ames. You're seeing the heaviest pocket of rain. We're still watching this area in the southwest corner of Jasper County, where you can see we look for bright and tight. When you get the bright colors right next to each other, that's the rotation. This is still pretty broad, but it is certainly the area that we're looking at. Shear detection is picking up some rotation to the southwest of Prairie City. So if you are in Prairie City, it is a good idea just to err on the side of caution. Make sure you go into your lowest level of your home, which is a basement or that first floor, most interior room, away from any windows. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. Can you back this up so we can kind of see this, Chris?
Yeah, so we're backing it up, and now I'm just kind of rocking it back and forth. There's been kind of this shearing line the entire way, and I wanted to back it up, just kind of get the trajectory on where this is going. It is moving to the north and east at about 45 miles per hour. This area, I'm growing a little bit more concerned as it is exhibiting a little bit more structure with tighter rotation in there. We're seeing that on shear detection popping up to that next level of color. These are estimated times of arrival coming into Monroe, Sully, Grinnell, Malcolm, and eventually Brooklyn, should it continue to hold as it moves out into Poweshiek County. But right now, southwest Jasper County is where we're seeing kind of the best area of rotation as it comes down to it at the moment. So taking a look at Doppler radar, once again, it's looping. I'll go ahead and pause it right now. And this would be south of the Prairie City area, moving towards Monroe. And we'll go ahead and sample those lowest winds once again. Yeah, right where we're looking for those brighter colors. It is pretty broad, but there are certainly some reds that are moving out down to the south and east, the greens coming in. That's over the span of a couple of miles, but it is starting to curl in and around on it. Now, not necessarily a huge notch on this, but if we're watching, it'd be right about here. So there is a little bit of one. This isn't your classic signal, but something that is embedded into the line. So there is no tornado warning out on this, but as I do kind of show you the details on the warning, there is that tag at the very bottom of your screen that says tornado is possible, and that's what we're really diving into at this point. Is one of those little areas that's trying to get a little spun up on us, and that's what it's trying to do, curl around. The wind gusts have been pretty quiet as far as the reports coming in at this juncture as it continues to move out towards Maxwell, Mingo, Colfax, Prairie City, and towards Monroe, but there are still some pockets in there that I am a bit concerned with. So this line has been the potent as it entered southwestern Iowa around 7 o'clock. Now we're hitting 9:45 this afternoon, and it's continuing to push to the north and east. So once again on that velocity signal, just northwest of Monroe, that area is trying to curl in a little bit. It's fairly broad, but that is going to be an area we are watching. I do want to emphasize that the flash flooding that is ongoing in some places and anticipated, it can be extreme, especially when you're talking about the significant rain that is moving into these areas. Once again, that also received 4, 5, 6 inches of rainfall overnight into this morning. Popping up on screen is going to be the 12-hour estimated rain. You see northern Jasper, southern Marshall County. Anywhere you get into that orange, that's 4 or 5 plus inches of rain, and you're going to be inundated once again. There's already roads closed. East of Newton, Highway 6 is closed due to flooding, and no doubt some secondary roads, other secondary roads are going to be impacted by this. Right now, the most interesting aspect to this thunderstorm to me is that a little bit of that notch that's going on north and west of Monroe. Pretty bright, but it is brightening up, and I know Bree, you've mentioned it a few times today. Bright and tight, well, we have the bright, but it's still pretty broad at this point, and I think that's why we're not seeing any kind of tornado warning come out on this.
Yeah, just looking at reports coming in, Guthrie Center did just report in with 4.2 inches of rain. Mingo is reporting some flash flooding issues. So we are continuing to see this rain is just moving over area that's already completely saturated, which is going to continue to just compound the problem. We will get a brief break in the action once this moves through, but then we are expecting another line of showers and thunderstorms to move on through later on this afternoon. Around 4 to 5, it lines up along I-35 corridor, so it will be here between 5 and 6 p.m. tonight. So we're not done even once we get through this round. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. It does extend for about another 45 minutes, another 40-45 minutes for Jasper, Marion, Marshall, and Polk counties. It is continuing to move off to the east-northeast around 45 miles per hour. Hail really hasn't been an issue. There have been reports of hail. It's generally staying at an inch or less. So the bigger issue has been the wind with these storms. Thankfully, the reports coming in at this point have been a little less than they were earlier. We did have reports in western Iowa and Adair County of 70 to 79 mile-an-hour wind gusts. So at this point, we're watching the circulation, which is in the southwest corner of Jasper County right now. You can make out where you see those greens and those reds. There is just that broad circulation. I was looking at another product, and the last couple of scans have kind of decreased to that intensity of the circulation, but certainly something that we want to keep our eye on as this moves off to the northeast. So the heaviest of the rain right now is setting up in Colfax. I know Mingo has a report of some flash flooding in the area. Monroe, you guys are getting in on the heaviest with those red bands of rain moving on through. So 1-inch diameter hail possible, up to 16 mile-an-hour winds, and then there is that tag with that tornado possible, as Chris was mentioning, and that the most likely area that would be in that southwest corner of Jasper County, and again, that's going to move off to the northeast.
Bree, yeah, I do want to take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning. It is in effect until 10:30. 60 mile per hour winds, tornado possible. We'd be watching that just to the north of Monroe, and you've seen me periodically pull the scope up onto screen with this, and there it is. And right about 163 right now, halfway between Prairie City and Monroe would be where the threat is. And what we'd be looking for is each of those individual pixels to be right up and tight together, the bright of the green and the red, to be right up next to each other. This is still a fairly broad signal at this point, and this is the reason why we're continuing on with coverage at the moment. Just want to see how this one reacts. It's too close for comfort for me to let it go back to programming at the moment. But all along this line, we've had a history of, through the metro, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And just heard a report right outside the studio, there's a larger tree branch that is down on the west side of Des Moines. So we did see some significant wind that did roll through. And even from the overnight, we had some significant wind that was all through these storms coming through, some heavy rain as well. So we're already all on edge. There's more to come later today as well as we go through the afternoon. Latest scan coming in and taking a look north of Monroe, northwest of Monroe for the greatest shearing action that is in place at the moment. But there is some signal as you move back towards Colfax and Mingo that strongest wind is at play, but it needs to line up with where that parent thunderstorm is. So right now it appears that the strongest wind is going to be in this line line right through the middle of it, and the back half is going to be the most potent as it appears on radar. I can't say that with 100% certainty, but analyzing the situation, that's where we're currently watching. So notice the shear detection has gotten a little bit better overall with things near Monroe. That's a good sign. Bree, how do you think we should proceed?
Yeah, I was just looking at some more reports coming in real quick. Hampton and Franklin County, they're showing a dozen power poles blown down along 170th Street west of Highway 65. So that's a delayed report coming in, but certainly something to mention. Over a dozen power poles down in that area. So we're continuing to watch these areas moving on through as we, Chris still has the radar scope going. It is a broad rotation at this point as it moves off to the east-northeast. It is just north of Monroe. Looking at another computer product that we have, the shear has started to dwindle a little bit on this product. So if you want to switch over to the shear tracker, we can hopefully it's caught up to what we're watching. But
I think it's trending the right way.
It is trending down. Yes, it's becoming more broad. It is trending to be less of an issue right now. So that is the good news. Can you back it up a couple, or is that?
Yeah, I'll back it up here.
If we can see. Remember, it was that cyan color, so we are starting to see it starting to weaken just a little bit, which is what we want to see. So we are still having some strong winds as it is starting to move through the area, but yeah, it is kind of moving a little bit more off to the east almost than it was previously.
It's a good trend that we're seeing with that, so I'm confident enough to let us go back to programming. Bree and myself will be here in the Weather Center tracking this line as it continues to move through. Again, in effect for Jasper, Marion, Marshall, Polk, even getting into Powesheik County as well into 10:30 this morning is going to go for. It's warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch hail. We'll be analyzing the radar here for you behind the screen. For Bree Sullivan, I'm Chris Kuba. I'll get you back to your programming and update as warranted as we go through the rest of the morning.